Howdy howdy, it's your old pal Tiki the Hut. Stream started a little bit later. I got called into work, so I just barely made it. So let me gather my thoughts, combobulate, and I'll start getting painting. So yesterday we finished up the turret with my patented vineyard camo. Super easy to make. I showed that last video. So we finished the turret for my tank, and we also finished the machine gun to put on my truck. So I got one bear done, one Ursus Infantry. I'm going to show you we knock out the other two. So today I actually plan on going until 6 a.m. Eastern, so nice 4 hours of painting. So usually, especially when I'm painting kind of bigger batches of infantry, luckily it's Ursus Infantry and only 3. Like they're decently expensive in the game. They're about 22 points a pop. You can take them as a small squad as 3, or you can take them up to 6. So usually when I paint horde infantry like that, I like to get all my models together. Get one color and paint all of that color. So I get each troop. I'm like, all right, here's your leather ammo pouches. Here's your leather this. Here's your leather that. I go color by color in about batch of 5 to 10 models. I wasn't sure how I wanted to paint these guys, these Ursa Bear Infantry, so I wanted to get a finished model together and kind of use it as a template on how I want to paint the rest of the models. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no additional pictures down in the bottom left. Again, I worked today. I was able to have more time, but I got called in, for some overtime, and I never say no to overtime myself, so I didn't have time to add any additional pictures to the slideshow. But I do have additional music in case, because we're going for 4 hours, in case the music gets stale in the background. So that's That's one of the things I do. I know some people disagree. I don't care a lot about basing. I mean, sometimes I do. If you take a look at the Corsairs that I worked on a couple streams ago, I added some really cool basing effect on where I thought it was cool anyways. You know, made it look like they're in the engineering deck of a spaceship. But usually with like big armies like this, a lot of people, when you get to like painting standards to play on the tabletop, they're like, hey, your models have to be based. I agree with that. Sometimes I think it's a bit crazy. Like I remember running Valkyries, they had those big old massive bases. You know, it's a pain in the ass to kind of paint. But for these guys, I do a minimum approach to basing. You're starting to see a pattern. I do a minimum a lot of things when it comes to painting, especially because I run horde armies. But I'll use cheaper paint, like I won't use my Citadel paint. I'll use the apple barrel paint you can get at any local big box store. You know, I'll use that to paint the base, and then I'll generally add in like tufts or little bits of scatter terrain, and that's kind of how I do my basing. Nothing too crazy. Mostly because I'm not skilled, but also because I run horde armies, you know. Alright, so I know these guys belong to the Soviets, so I guess a lot of people were expecting like kind of a snow base. It's not really what I went with. Because the tournament that I'm gonna be running, the campaign takes place I don't want to say yet, but it takes place kind of far away from Russia. It's Conflict 47, so you know war happens all over the world. But I'm trying to get them to look like what they would look like in the country / area of the world that I want to run them as. So that's why I'm kind of giving. I like to give my monstrosities kind of like a brown muddy base. I did the same thing with my zombies. So yeah, with these ones, I gave them kind of the dark green pants. I gave him like an olive green web gear. His ammo pouches are leather. His boots are leather. And his little arm cuffs are leather, which I thought was kind of weird, but I didn't make the model. And then I gave him his skin tan. I kind of did a layering effect a little bit on his fur. And that's it. So let's move on to the next guy. So what I'm adding right now, if you don't have this stuff, it's actually pretty cool. It's Citadel's Sturtling Battlemire. This stuff makes excellent mud. If you're a treadhead, if you have a lot of tank models, I highly recommend this stuff. If you want to be like me and put mud all over your tanks and stuff, yeah, it's pretty legit. So like I said, nothing crazy, just add a little bit to the base just to, you know, keep the art enthusiasts at bay. They're like, oh, it's a plain base, man. I'm like, eh, it's got something on it, you know? What do you want? You just gotta have fun with it. Alright, so now I have one officially done Ursus Infantry, as I'm calling them. It's not using the Russian pronunciation. Trying to get on camera. Yeah, the mouth's red, the nose is black, and did a regular brown base and threw some mud on there, and we're gonna go ahead and call that a day. Nothing too crazy, but I should be able to replicate that. I think once I finish these guys and I have some leftover mud, I need to put in a new order for a new bottle anyways. I'll probably throw some mud up on their pants and stuff like that. You know, kind of add in a lot of detail. Like I said, I know it's weird. You know, I'm painting my Russian guys with like kind of greener uniforms and mud base. I promise. You know, here in about at least a month when I release information about the tournament I'm going to host, it'll all make sense. If I appear a little quieter this stream, I do apologize. Like I said, work ran over, and I don't really turn down overtime. You know, so I can stay stocked in these models. But I'm still in a super good mood. I'm excited to paint. You know, I'm definitely slaying the gray, and I appreciate that. So if I just seem a little bit quiet, that's the only reason why. But I'm still super excited and super stoked to be painting these guys. Yeah, I'm not sure what I like painting better. Resin, plastic, or metal. I think with my intermediary or immature painting style, it doesn't really make a difference to me. I just slap on base coats and contrast paint as I go. You know, so it's not really makes much, never mind to me. Which is cool because I drop my models a lot, so it kind of makes them tougher. But yeah, this metal's not too bad. I thought it'd be tougher to paint, but it's alright. Yeah, so I think for the order for these guys, we're probably gonna paint both their pants, the green. Then we'll jump back and forth. After that, we'll probably do the flesh. Then I'll probably jump to the web gear. Then probably the leather. Fur will be last. Fur's kind of a pain. My hands appear to be shaking a little bit extra just because I drink a lot of coffee. We'll see if that helps or hinders. when you do get this kit, it's important to remember these arms, they go with certain models. When you look in the arm sockets, it'll either be flat, it'll have one peg, or it'll have two pegs. You need to match the corresponding arms, the corresponding torso. I know this because I did not. I glued the first ones, which I think had like two pegs or no pegs, on like the blank torso. Then I got to the other torsos and I was like, shit. So I just carved off all the pegs and made all the arms kind of flat and just kind of glued them in. So learn from my mistakes. Still a pretty easy easy model kit, pretty affordable when I got it. I think I paid like 20 bucks for 3 of these bears. Not too shabby. Alright, there's our dark green done for now. I was using flesh, you know, the base coat. Now moving on, I think I'm going to go for, I think the flesh. So for the flesh, we're using, oh, come here, paint. There we go. We're using the Girly Man's flesh. It's a nice contrast, not too bad. You can definitely tell it's a metal model. Everyone survived. We're good. Alright, we'll definitely come back and make that shade darker, but I'm gonna get one layer of flesh tone on them. I'll bump to the other. Alright, they're slowly starting to come together. Slowly but surely. Don't call me Shirley. But, so we got the green pants. We got the first layer of flesh tone. Spoiler alert, it's like 3 or 4 layers to get as dark as the other one. I think from, yeah, as much as I don't like it, I think from here I'm going to move on to the fur. At least do the first coat of the fur. Because once I do the first coat of the fur, it's easier to go and then do the web gear, because the H harness kind of goes over his shoulders. So for the base coat, I'm probably just going to be dry brushing a little bit of Dia Brown to go onto that Zendari dust. And then from there, I kind of gave it a nice coat of contrast wildwood, and then I went back and did some more of this brown. And that kind of layered effect looks decent on the other one, so we'll see if I can replicate it. All right, so here we go. It's not really dry brushing. It's kind of like putting on a base coat of brown for that. Then when I go back over it with the wildwood, kind of gives it almost like a wet kind of look to it, which I'm kind of excited for. All right, from here on, I think we're gonna do the web gear. So that's gonna be Death Guard green. One of my other tips I've kind of learned the hard way is when you do paint a model, once it's done, take a picture of it done and line up all the paints that you use. Doesn't have to be in order or layers or anything like that. But line up the spray primer and all the little paint bottles that you used and take a picture, and you can like save it under a folder or whatever as like that model. So that way when you order more models and you want it to look like the other ones, or if you have to patch them up and repair them, you know exactly what colors to use. It helps a lot. If you caught that, yeah, I totally just zoned out and started putting some of that death green right on his arm. Don't know why I did it. Oh, you can go back and fix that. But yeah, I totally just zoned out and got the paint thing. It just almost like highway hypnosis. Like forearm. Let me go and paint that green. Oh shit, wrong one. So I can go back and fix that. Oh man, pretty good. All right, next up we're gonna do we're gonna put a contrast paint on top of the fur, kind of make it, kind of darken it a lot, kind of give it this almost kind of like wet look. I'm gonna be using wormwood, or wildwood, sorry, wildwood. I thought it was a contrast like wood color paint when I first bought it, when I used it on my old world army for my free Seraphim Marines, my handgunners that are also lizardmen. It made the rifles look super dark, which it worked with the lore because they're like Marines and swimming, so you know, so it's like kind of wet, almost like driftwood. So it looked kind of dark, but way darker than I thought. So now I found a good use for it with this fur. Alright, this stuff is dark, so a little goes a long way. So with all paints, you know, in these paint pots, you don't want them to spill, but particularly these contrast paints, you know, because they're almost like a wash kind of, like so they're real liquidy. If you spill one of those, you're gonna have a bad day. You spill regular paint, unfortunate. You spill contrast paint, and a little bit more expensive, and B, they run everywhere, and especially this wildwood, those things like a furniture varnish. Be real careful with that one. You can see where I spilled this blue one. Hey, what's going on, Nathan? Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, it's been a quiet video so far. I'm actually going for 4 hours today, so I'll be going until about 06 Eastern. So, had a long day at work. Super long day. Took me all the way to the very beginning of the stream. You know, so I'm slowly trying to swap moods from work mood to painting mood. So I've been pretty quiet, but hey, it's good to see you in the chat, man. Well, it's good to hear, man. I'm actually making pretty fast progress on these Ursa Infantry. They're not too intensive, and once I finish them, I'm going to move on to and work on some Japanese infantry. I think should be, my favorite models to paint. So glad to hear I'll have you for the long run, brother. Hope your laptop turns out well. Oh man, that's unfortunate. Yeah, mine. I have an MSI. It's not a specialty or anything. I think I got it like way back in 2018. It was to run Star Citizen at that time, so it's way out of spec now. But it's always treated me right. I try to keep the internal drive clean. So I'm rough on my equipment. So far it hasn't broken yet. Let me knock on wood. But that's a rough combo, man. A messed up screen and a messed up battery. That probably took a minute to troubleshoot what was actually going on. That's rough. All right, so for this wet fur look, we did almost like a dry brushing base coat of this Thondula brown, and we went back with this super dark contrast wildwood. It goes on almost black, and then we're gonna go back over it with that same brown, and we're gonna kind of touch up some stuff, and it should kind of make it pop a little bit. I know the fur already looks black from where I put on that wildwood. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's awesome to hear your technician. That's awesome. I just kind of trouble and bumble along as I go. Thanks for telling me that they're coming on pretty well. They're pretty fun. My goal right now is to try and paint some Konflikt 47 models from all the different factions. So instead of just doing my Konflikt 47 demo games, I can play bolt action, and then ask if anyone wants to play Konflikt 47. They can bring their bolt action army, and then just take some of the Konflikt 47 models I have. You know, just kind of plug and chug and get a game going that way. So this is one of my favorite paints that I highly recommend. For Citadel, like I said, two things I definitely recommend for Citadel are their spray primers and this right here. Of all the contrasts, this snakebite leather. This just looks so good when it goes on. I mean, it's nice. It is nice. So we're gonna do leather for both these guys. So that's their ammo pouches, their weird arm cuffs, I don't know, and their boots. Oh, that is a heartbreak. Oof. Yeah, Citadel paints ain't cheap. Oh man, leaving that open. That is rough. That is rough. Yeah, I'm pretty good about closing my paints even while I'm using them, especially about my contrast. I showed it on camera once. It only takes one dropping of a contrast paint for you to see the error of your ways. Oh man. Ooh, left those open. That is rough, brother. Nice. Oh, I bet, man. I bet. I feel like the white paint dries out faster than anything else. Like especially the old one. I forget what the color's on now. Oh, it's called ceramic white. But I used to have like the older white color. I forget the name of it, but they discontinued it. But you pop that open for 2 seconds, and that whole thing just dries out. So, how do you feel about the whole, I guess going back to how it used to be with the different Inquisition Ordos? You know, instead of Death Watch and Grey Knights being their own army, how do you feel about GW putting out these Imperial Henchmen style codexes and having them all just fold back under one flag? How do you think that's going to affect 10th? Yeah, see, I'm curious about the lore. 'Cause like I think I've talked about this in another stream. That's always, I thought, the cool way GW, because you know they're going to get rid of the Firstborn, right? And it's all going to be all Primaris all the time, because that's their new sculpt and stuff. I get that. But I think that would be the cool, like, send-off for, like, the Firstborn Space Marines is they basically, all chapters get ordered to report all their Firstborn Space Marines to the Death Watch, and they all get kind of like deputized, and they go on one massive one-way crusade up against like a high fleet. That would be pretty cool. Alright, there's the leather down on one guy, and not a bump to the other. Look kind of weird with their skin that light, but that'll change. So Nathan, do you have a particular favorite chapter or faction or like part of 40k lore or story? Like, are you more of a story guy or? Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh man, Tyranids. That's one horde army I never did paint. That looks tough. Like all the bones and like muscles and snoods. Oh man, they look like they might be a little difficult to paint. Definitely cool in the lore though. I know it's not exactly Tyranid, but the like the Black Library novels, the Gene Stealer. I think it's Pulse of the Astral something and Day of Ascension. They're both really good, really good. It's actually a fun faction to read from the respect of the Gene Stealer cult. So normally this is where my streams would end. I usually only stream about 2 hours, but had a long day at work, picked up a lot of overtime hours, and I kind of want to. I don't know if I'll finish these bears, these Ursus Infantry, but I want to take a big chunk out of them. So I'm gonna keep going. Like I said, I'll probably end the stream in about 2 hours. So I'll probably end it about 06 Eastern. Alright, so that's the leather done on these guys. So we got about another couple, like 2 or 3 more coats of the skin, because we're going to get it nice and dark. Then we have another brown coat to go over the fur to kind of like bring the color back down. We got to do some lead belcher, you know, for the buckles. And then after that, I think it's a little black on the nose, a little red in the mouth, and then just neatening everything up. And then basing. So, 2 hours, all that? Meh, maybe. We'll see. See how much coffee I have. Yeah, you can tell with all three models stacked up like that. I think they're about, I think it's overall about 3 shades of this Girlyman flesh. Hey! What's going on? This is my favorite shovel-wielding murderer. Yeah, buddy, I'm still streaming. I had a long day at work, so I got off like right as the stream started. So I feel like doing 4 hours today. So I got about a another 2 hours. Hopefully I can finish these bears. We'll see. Unless in typical Soviet fashion, the bears finish me. We'll see. Ooh, what is that? Is that another game you can murder me in the back of the head with? Actually, sounds kind of cool. Phasmophobia? Is it like a? It's kind of like a Five Nights at Freddy's style scare thing, or is it different? Ooh, that takes me back to like my Fatal Frame days. That actually sounds pretty awesome. I look forward to watching that bat rep, man. You do a really good job with those battle reports. I always appreciate watching a good one. Sounds like somewhere between Supernatural, the show, and like Luigi's Mansion, but it still sounds badass, actually. Alright, gang, for all you counting back at home, that's the second coat of Garleman Flesh. What do I want to do next? I don't want to neaten up the H harness until I finish the first. I'm gonna go back and work on the fur a little bit with the brown, because I started with the brown, then I did that wildwood contrast. I'm gonna go back with the brown. Hey, thanks for checking in, man. I appreciate it, and hope you sleep well. And yeah, I forget you're on my clock, so yeah, it's like crazy early in the morning for you. But honestly, thanks for checking in, man. It means a lot. It definitely does. It's always fun to have someone in the chat. But see you around, man. Like I said, I'll definitely be poking around the streams here and there. So thanks for checking in, man. How's the quest for coaxing the machine spirit out of your laptop over there, Nathan? Is it going pretty well? So that coat of brown on top of the wildwood that almost comes out very dark or black, very subtle, but it's there. It's to kind of pick up some of the stuff that contrast paint didn't get, and also just kind of tie that black back into brown. So it's kind of like a almost like a three prong. You have like the dark skin, you know, the darker part of the fur, and the lighter part of the fur. Also, shameless plug. You see me talking to my buddy High Fleet Thanatos. We're all part of a podcast together. If you guys go check it out, it's definitely on my channel. It's linked. It's the just space out. It's the Minotaur Break Room. It's actually a lot of fun. We talk about a lot of stuff and tabletop wargaming. A lot of 40k, but also some other stuff. So yeah, the Minotaur Break Room, man. It's actually a lot of fun. Oh, do my eyes deceive me, or do I see two blue testicles? What's going on, Mad Larkin? Oh man, it's gotta be. I appreciate you checking in. Sorry having difficulty sleeping, but hey, that's kind of the point of these. Too late tonight with Tiki kind of things. Kind of like aiming for the whole like Toonami kind of feel back when we were younger. You know that kind of thing where you're not always gonna stay up and watch it, but anytime you can't sleep, it's there for you. You know that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm painting some, I started yesterday. That's when I made my vow. I say yesterday, time changes. I made the vow Saturday. Nope, Friday. Yeah, I made the vow Friday. I want to say, for 3 Ursus Soviet Infantry. So these are like kind of like werebears, you know, mutant human bear monsters. So there's only 3 of them. So hopefully I can knock them out today. Is what I'm hoping. And then once I get a couple more models coming, I'm gonna make a bigger vow, and it's gonna be a couple Konflikt 47 walkers. So yeah, these are one of the Soviet monstrosities. This is their mutated human bears. Oh, Larkin, didn't you just take a pretty Ogren heavy army to a tournament? How'd that turn out, brother? Oh, that's right, that's right. Yeah, sorry to hear about that, man. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Hope everything's alright. Yeah, I was, not to divulge what I do, but I was actually tracking a wildfire as part of my job. So it might be the same one. We might be thinking of the same one because it's getting bigger and bigger. So it's kind of spreading out. But, yeah, I've been tracking that incident myself. So that's why I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. I remembered. Same one. But on a serious note, it's good you already have all your stuff packed up. But yeah, you know, humans are always the most important. So as long as you and yours get out safe, that's what truly matters. Wish you all the best, buddy. Like I said, wish I could give you more, but like I said, I'm only tracking it, so you know. But hope you stay safe. Keep us posted. Yeah, I hear you. I end up doing the same around hurricane season. You know, I make sure everybody else is asleep and I make sure everything's packed, and then I'll sleep for an hour, wake up, you know, check the news, see what's going on, check the projections, and I'll try and like make sure everything's ready. You know, repack if I have to, make sure everything's good, and I'll go and snatch another hour. Then I'll wake up, same thing, check the news, check the projections. Uh, just once you're done, you're definitely gonna need like a day to sleep because that'll catch up with you, especially the older you get. Yeah, well, knock on wood. I hope she runs out of fuel soon. And they get some good breaks in, and then it kind of just halts its progress. They can get it contained, so that's definitely what I'm hoping for. So adding small details, it's basically the small details that make these models pop. Like even for these guys, just adding like a little teddy bear style black nose and a little bit of red in the mouth already kind of makes it pop a little bit. Still gonna do a couple more coats on the skin. The arms are a little too light for me. Thanks. Yeah, it's a little unconventional. If you look at the, I want to finish one model first to kind of use a template because I don't really have a paint scheme for these guys, so I never really made one. So I kind of just did it on the fly. But with them being Soviet, everyone's like, it should have like a snow base or this or that, or even the uniform's kind of non-standard for Soviets. But I'm looking to set the campaign for my tournament down in like South America and the Caribbean. So I wanted Soviets that were like kind of, instead of snow, have like more mud and more like tropical style uniforms. So that's kind of what I went for. So funny you mentioned that. I don't know if you looked in the bolt action part of the Discord that we're in, but I was asking one of the guys like, "Hey, does anyone have any Warlord Games pike and shot models?" Because I'm reading on their website that they're 28 millimeter or like 1:56 scale, like bolt action. I was like, "Cause I may scavenge some for some parts," and someone showed me, their their German like Renaissance riflemen compared to like their British, Tommy War 2 infantry, and it's a pretty legit fit. So I'm looking at the samurai box from Warlord Games for Pike and Shot. I'm like, this will really give me a lot of cool bits to, at least for my Konflikt 47, to really set apart my sergeants. I can give them like full samurai armor and like paint it green, and the cool helmets. I was like, and more importantly, those flags on their back. I was like, this will be pretty legit. So I think about grabbing that. So as far as historically accurate, this is kind of what I went for with my like the standard Japanese. They're very similar to the Russian uniforms. Like I said, it's khaki, dark green helmet, light green puttees, light green web gear, and their main source of my camera there. Sorry about that. Their main source of web gear, at least for their ammos, they carried these like big leather belts. Not really like Sam Brown belts, but kind of like that, like the British had. And they kind of crossed in the front, and they carried 2 ammo pockets in the front and 1 ammo pocket in the back, and that's really it. So they're pretty easy. They're pretty easy to paint. Like I said, that's the one paint scheme I use, but there's a whole bunch of different ones out there. Yeah, and I have a book here. If you ever want, I can send you snapshots, pictures of it. If you're interested, I don't know if you like these Osprey. Ooh, that's super cool. Sorry about that. If you like these Osprey books, you know that are like really historically accurate, you can get pretty good paint schemes from this. So I have one for the Japanese tanks if you're interested. So the cool thing about these Russian Ursus Infantry is you can take the regular ones, and they're only like 22, I say 22. Yeah, they're about 22 points apiece, you know, for an army list, not too bad. But there's also an upgrade where they have like clubs and weapons, and it could be like a stop sign or like a giant piece of rebar, whatever you want. And luckily the models come with their hands open, so you can always kit bash and add those in later. Alright, man, hey, take it easy. I wish you all the best, buddy. Good luck, and definitely keep me up to date on what's going on, man. Worry about you out there. But hey, thanks for popping in. I appreciate it, brother. It means a lot. I hope you stay safe. All right, now that I'm pretty sure the fur's done, I'm gonna go back and touch up the web gear or H harness for the two bears, because it's that the Death Guard green. You know, now that I know that heavy brown on top's done, and then after that I'm probably gonna touch up the leather, then add in the lead belcher for the buckles, and then it'll be time to base. We're doing good on time. There's one thing I'm definitely noticing about these metal models, even with some generous base coats and like spray primers and stuff, that metal still likes to poke through. So I definitely got to go back and like keep applying. You know, you can see it in his pocket, you can see it in the other guy's hair. So not a big deal, but at least it makes it tough. Yeah, they're slowly coming together. Like I said, especially with this one, it's a confusing set of colors. Once I add on, it's such a dumb detail. Once I add on the silver of the buckles a little bit, and then once I base it, it really kind of changes the liquid. That's why when you're painting your models, you know, if you get your three colors on, it's still not kind of popping or coming alive to you. Don't worry. Once you base it, especially if you like me, if you glue your models to the base and then you paint, you know, so when you do a base spray primer, the whole model is going to be one color. Like, look at my khaki infantry over there. They're all, you know, khaki in color. But then once you start painting them, they start kind of coming alive a little bit once you get that three different colors going. And then once you do the base, like compare these khaki infantry to the ones that are actually based in green with the little tufts, really brings them out. So like I said, if you're painting your model and you're not really sure how you look, go all the way through, because paint's not permanent, you know? So go all the way through and then base it. And then once you base it, then see if you like it or not. That'll really kind of help your color, your color scheme really kind of settle in. You know, these H harnesses are actually coming out pretty distinct from the fur. I'm also I'm getting kind of like World War II Banjo Kazooie vibes, you know, just without Kazooie. All right, now what we're looking to do is clean up the leather, add in the lead belcher on the metal bits like the buckles, and then probably go back clean up the pants a little bit, and then base. All right, here we go. We're approaching the final power hour. Not too much left in these two bears. Just neatening up some leather, putting on the metal, and then basing. Too easy. All right, we're gonna touch up the pants before we put on the lead belcher on the buckles. So you can tell these models already. We already have our tournament pre-color. You know, you have dark green, light green. You can see the red in the mouth, the dark in the fur, the skin color. You know, then the leather's a little bit different. Even though they want to be like brown to brown, you know, there's still 3 different fundamental colors. So, tournament legal, tabletop ready. So we can make it a little bit better. So for those who've been watching the stream or those who go back and watch it, I appreciate it. You know, I'm still a pretty small channel. I'm on my way to 500. When I get to 500 subs, I'm definitely going to start doing merch. The channel will never really be monetized. Like, I don't ever want to do tips or subs or any of that, or subs for like Twitch or anything like that, or any of that weird kind of stuff. But I definitely do want to do merch just because I think merch is cool. And any proceeds from that are going to go directly towards funding the tournament I'm going to throw once a year. But merch is kind of cool, so I'm excited to get to 500. But the question is, like, why am I, you know, especially if I just worked, you know, like a 12 to 16 hour shift, why am I doing a 4-hour painting stream? I don't know about y'all, but it really helps with my mental health. Being able to kind of sit down, zone out a bunch of other stuff, and just kind of focus on something small. And what I love about painting these is it's every single thing that I paint, you know, especially on these models. It's why I paint like one color at a time, you know, one pouch at a time. Because each pouch that's painted and each color you paint, that's a victory. And sometimes when life gets kind of tough, you know, not to get all deep about it, but it's the small victories that count. You know, so if you've kind of had a rough day, you kind of sit down, you know, zone out, and then just kind of paint something. You know, you just get these little small victories. And it reminds me of almost like working out, physical fitness. You know, like if you take the hour to go to the gym or swim or run or walk or ruck or whatever you do, you know, you have that victory. You know, you took the time, you did that, your body feels good. And let your mind wander. And then this painting is almost kind of working out for your creativity, for your mind. You know, kind of painting this stuff. Because at the end of the day, you know, at the end of this 4 hours, I could have played a video game. Video games are fun. I really enjoy playing it. But when I'm done, you know, I may have something to show, but it's all electronic. Versus these, you know, I spent 4 hours painting these damn World War II Banjo-Kazooies with no Kazooie, you know, these werebears. And by the end of the 4-hour stream, I'll actually have 2 more werebears painted. It's almost like a built-in trophy almost. So it's kind of cool. There you go. See, not too crazy. That lead belcher, I think I maybe put like 5 bits. You know, I think it was like 5 buckles. But that little bit of shine mixed with that darkness, it kind of just makes it pop just a little bit more. Each little color, each little layer you put on makes your model come that much closer to life and kind of pop a little bit. All right, so that's all the basic coats these guys done. Probably not gonna do another shade of skin color. I mean, I like kind of like how dark they are. I think it'll work. Yeah, now it's just time to base. So for base, I'm just using super cheap brown apple barrel paint. I don't even know what's the shade called. Oh, chocolate bar. Yeah. So I'm using chocolate bar color brown, and then I'll go in and toss in some oh, where'd you go? There we go. And then I'll toss in some of this technical stuff, this Sterling Battlemire. It's one of the other things from Citadel I actually do recommend. This is actually, this and the Snakebite Leather are actually really cool. And the spray primers. Alright, let's get basing. So for this, again, it's like, you know, five and dime style brands of paint. It's very affordable paint. You don't have to worry about wasting it. I'm using one of my worst kind of beat up brushes, you know, and I'm literally just kind of like scrubbing, rushing this on there. You don't have to worry about getting this boots, because I'm going to put mud all over those anyway, so it actually kind of just adds to it a little bit, you know. I will say for this apple barrel paint, yeah, you definitely do have to do 2 coats. It does go on very, very watery. So definitely 2 coats. But you can see even just doing the base, like it hasn't dried yet, even just doing that base and taking away that khaki color, it's already starting to make it pop a little bit. That is the downside. I knew this basing would take a little while because it takes forever for these paints to dry. So that is the downside, but you know, that's why I got 2 models. One dries, one gets painted. Base. Man, I'm super super stoked that I'm gonna be able to knock out both these bears by the end of this painting stream. Maybe 4-hour streams are the secret. I'll probably continue to do the Saturday morning ones as 2 hours, only because I work Saturdays. But the Sunday ones, yeah, I may boost those out to 4 hours, you know, on days that I can. You know, I can get a lot more slaying of the gray done, you know. Yeah, both those bears started out as just pure Zandari dust primed at the beginning of this, and just waiting for that base coat to dry a little bit, and I'll slap on another one, let that dry a little bit, stick around the mud. Done, baby, done. Stick a fork in them. Well, don't really stick a fork in them. They're bears. They'll maul your ass. But yeah, hopefully by the next stream, I'll have more pictures over there, kind of moving around. You know, may have some more graphics kind of popping around the page. But yeah, pretty excited. Knock out both these bears. That means when it comes time for the next one, you definitely expect to see some vehicles. We haven't done a vehicle yet on the stream, so I'm pretty excited about that. Alright, let that guy dry and he'll be ready for mud in no time. Nothing like finishing a little JIT just in time. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Now we gotta do is just add in some mud and then probably just do some touch-ups. You can see a little hand waving back and forth as I'm, you know, fanning and blowing over here, trying to get them to dry a little bit faster. I can pop this this little Strickland Battlemeyer technical paint, this little mud on it. I like this stuff a lot. Like I said, you'll see me put it on. When you look in here, it's literally just like sand, sandy mud kind of thing. It's pretty cool. And yeah, it's that easy. I take a little bit and I kind of They sell these little texture brushes. You really don't need this, you know. I think I just picked it up one day. I was having to be in a shop, and like when you're at a GW store and you're playing on the tabletop and you don't want to like leave and not pay for anything, you feel kind of bad. Like, the lights were on, the table was there, so it gets small, usually like a paint pot. Yeah, one time I got one of these. Anyways, so I scrape a little bit of the mud around the boots, kind of like he's trekking in, and then I just kind of use the rest of the mud just to kind of decorate the base a little bit, and it works. So what I'm trying to do with the mud is I'm trying to like kind of put it around their feet and kind of show like where they've been trudging through the mud, because these are giant, Ursa Infantry, almost like werebears, so they're heavy. So I want them kind of like sinking into the mud, you know. And there you go. There's 3 Ursus, Russian. There they are. Done and painted up. And that mud dries, it'll look a little bit better. Like this, guys. All right, looks like next up on the docket, probably not this session, is going to be this group of 15 riflemen. That was one of the cool things in bolt action and Konflikt 47, as far as the Japanese. So if you look at the squad in green, and their kind of makeup, from some of you can see, you have things like an NCO with a submachine gun, which is a pretty decent choice. You have a light machine gun team, which it was fun building it, but it's not bad on the tabletop, but it's not good. And it's a 10-man squad. Now I'm starting to learn that I really enjoy running 15-man squad of just pure riflemen. Sergeant's got a rifle, everybody's got a rifle. And you can run them as veterans, and with the Japanese special rule of bonsai, I mean, these guys really stick around on the table. And when they get close in a fight, like a close combat, unless you're charging Gurkhas or something else, you're gonna do alright. But that being said, I mean, these guys charging into, you know, a giant werebear, they may not do alright. You know, these have tooth and claw special rules, they get a lot of swings. They're pretty brutal. That's what I said. Konflikt 47, a bolt action, CQB, close combat, melee combat, it all changes in a good way. Oh yeah, I'm pretty happy overall with how our bears turned out. They are not too shabby, as you can tell. They absolutely dwarf these Japanese riflemen. They are massive. Like, no matter how you're bonsai charging, it's probably not something you want to charge into voluntarily. But to show you guys progress, I think I finished the Red Corsairs that we were working on the first couple streams. I kind of finished those off stream, so I want to give you a chance to see what these guys kind of look like. Oh man, after holding those metal models, these plastic guys are super light. So you can tell I added gears and like actual chain. There's boxes on the terrain. It was a lot of fun. You can tell, you know, there's this Red Corsair shoulder pauldron, you know, chain bayonet, missile launcher with the skull on the front. These guys were a lot of fun. So yeah, with these giant gears and pulley systems and chains, I tried to give it like that nice industrial ship look. They were fun to build. My first Warhammer 40k models in a long time. But it's because of y'all. It's because of the stream. I was actually able to get these things done. I just want to show you guys the finished product since you were kind of there for the start of it. Well, I do have a little bit of time left. I definitely not gonna, I feel like I gotta cheat you out of time. I said 4 hours. I'll definitely do 4 hours. I enjoy it. But while I got time, let me start working on these Japanese. There are a lot of them. I have boxes and boxes of these guys, and a lot of them are already built. So I probably need to get the paint when I can. Not gonna lie, I hold these plastic minis while I've been holding and painting the metal ones. That's a hell of a lot easier. I almost feel like I'm like too strong, you know, like I'm just gonna like crush it in my hand. I feel like my Soviet bears were like staring down my Japanese, like, you will paint faster, comrade, or you will turn and face wall. Yeah, as you can tell, I've already been working on the squad of 15 for a little bit. I took them to my local friendly gaming store. I think they were running like D&D at the time, and I was just off in my little corner painting. You know, trying to drum up interest in Comic 47 the old school way. Alright, so far that's 2 for 2. 2 streams, I got to actually put hands on some Japanese models and paint them. So it kind of makes my, my intro and outro make sense. But, definitely my favorite faction. Definitely my main faction. Always will be, Bolt Action or Konflikt 47. Always main the Japanese. I enjoy the unit types. I enjoy the weapons. I really like light tanks, so it's either Japanese or Italian, so... I really enjoy the Japanese tanks as well, so it's just a fun faction. Yeah, just doing a few touch-ups. I can see the metal poking through. All right, so that's not too shabby. We had 2 streams back to back. We knocked out a Type 97 Kashinto turret with used a Konflikt 47, so it had the light compression cannon. We painted a Type 96 me machine gun and mounted that on top of a truck, which is pretty cool. And then we knocked out 3 entire Ursus Infantry. That's pretty awesome. I mean, that'd be a lot of points. You know, it's only like 66 points altogether, but it's kind of a cool turnaround. You know, in just 2 days, we got these things go from you know, bare metal to concept to getting it painted. So that's pretty awesome. With that being said, that's going to kind of draw to a close for this morning. Thanks for joining me for Too Late tonight with Tiki the Hut. I had fun, definitely. Some friends swing by. We kind of chatted and talked. It was not bad. We got a lot of painting done. Next week, it should be, hopefully, it should be some vehicles. You know, I definitely want to finish this Japanese infantry, but hopefully we'll actually get some vehicles going. I think that'll be fun to watch. In the meantime, if you're interested in Konflikt 47, definitely take a look at the channel. I have shorts and long-form videos covering either the lore or some of the more unit-specific information. And if there's any particular unit you want to see, man, drop a comment either in these live streams, or you can go into any one of my videos and put a comment in there and be like, hey, I really want to see German Falcon paratroopers, you know, or I really want to see the Italian Stuart Tesla tank, you know. Let me know what you want to see, and I'll definitely kind of put those to the top of the list when I do the unit reviews. But with that being said, again, thanks for you guys joining. Nathan, hopefully your computer, hopefully you got your laptop in a little bit of a better shape. Larkin, if you're out there, hope you're feeling safe, buddy, from the wildfire. And more importantly, like I said, if you guys are going to bed, I hope you get the rest you need. If you guys are waking up and going to work, it's a little bit later, but I hope you have a good day, because you've definitely earned it. But at the end of the day, you guys stay safe and stay hydrated, and don't forget to relax today, because you're on Tiki time.